Let's see. Testing, testing. 1, 2, test. Testing! What is going on? What is going on with my computer? Feels a little wonky for some reason. Hello. 1 second. Let me go to the screen. How is it going here? Looks okay, I guess. I don't know. Something just feels off. And I don't know what. I don't know what it is. Let me go ahead and close this. Let's see. The character feels like they're really weird. Like, it's fidgeting, and I don't know why. It's like I'm on the crisp of a meltdown. Hold on. Let me, mess with this for a second. Why is it still like... Why does it look like my character's just shaking a bunch? What is happening? Weird. I don't know. That's really weird. Let me try it like this. Ew. Look, see if that helps. Yeah, it looks... Can hear you? You can? Or you can't? Okay, you can hear me. Be right back, get a drink. Okay. That's no problem. Yes, can hear me. Good. Good. I would hope so. That would be a problem. Ah, I see. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So let me turn off the music. Maybe it's because I have so much tabs open. That might be helpful. Let me get rid of some of these tabs I'm not using. That can stay up. That stays up. Okay. Maybe that'll help. I have too many tabs open all the time because I have ADHD and the tisms. So let me see. Bring up the game. Let's go to the screen. Yay! Okay, now I need to remember how I get to the right thing. Here we go. Okay, so we already finished The Great Ace Attorney Adventures, wherein it ended with finding out the murder to McGilded was, what was his actual name? The son of Mason Thricefired was the murderer for McGilded. Because McGilded actually killed Mason. So that's fun. What is going on with my character right now? My VTuber. Hold on. I gotta fix this. It's bothering me a lot. Okay, I think that's better. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway. Oh, there's only 2 games in this series? I thought there was 3. Oh, well, that's fine. So we finished 3 Ace Attorney Adventures. What was I talking about? I don't know. So McGilded was killed by the son of Mason, the guy that McGilded murdered. And then Susato-san left. But a secret note that was secret government information happened to mention particularly two names we recognized, which was good old Kazuma, our buddy, our dead best friend, and also, probably, very likely, Mr. Wilson, which is Iris's father, who, in the very beginning of this game, we were framed as being the murderer of Mr. Wilson. Or Dr. Wilson, I apologize, it should be Dr. Wilson. And so that's very interesting. I don't remember the other names. I know there was other names mentioned. I think there were two other names. But brings a lot of question into a very big conspiracy of what on earth were and why was the secret message in Japanese Morse code, not in English Morse code, which is very interesting. But we will find that out in the Great East Attorney 2 Resolve. So Susato-san left back to go to Japan after decoding what of the message that Iris had wrote down. And she left us. Naruto, come back! Yes. I think we will see her again in this game. So, are you ready? Ready, Scott? You ready to roll? You ready to get this show on the road? Yep, alright. New game. Let's go.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean, those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment he's fighting some noble cause in court. Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with another awful crime. Uh-oh. Murder! Oh.
So I came here today to ask something of you.
Yeah?
Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Oh shit. Susato is stepping up. Uh-oh.
So please, I ask for your guidance.
Lady with the bird hat is dead. Kazuma-sama! The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. Ooh. Ooh. So we're back in Japan. We're starting the game off where we started last time, back in Japan. 13th of August, 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 3. Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. feel so nervous. But I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Father, you're still alive! Her dad's still alive, that's why she came back. Because they said that there was a message saying that her father was deathly ill. But he looks like he's okay. So the grave she was at was Kazuma's grave. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. I don't remember what voice I made for Mikotaba. Mr. Mikotaba. Good you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You got a fine figure, Counsel. But you look as white as a sheet. And those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Goodness. But the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Yujin Mikotaba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Maybe. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Yes. Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Okay. Ray, Membami. Interesting. Oh. Yep, okay. I thought it was a very weird name. In Japanese. I'm just like, what? Yeah, it's totally fabricated. Yeah, totally. Born the same year as I and my greatest friend. Oh god, no, not this again. Well, sorry Ray, you're gonna die. We know how this goes. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the university research laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh, my, it's just that. You look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me rather bashful. Gay. It is Pride Month. Pride Month still, so. Alright. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. What do you mean who I am? Who are you're Susato? It would seem our little plan for the show is going to work. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotaba? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. Oh! No, that makes a lot of sense. I think Susato-san is dressed up as a boy. I feel like that's what's going on. Because as we've I don't know, we haven't really seen too many different lawyers and stuff, but I don't know how well they would take a female lawyer, because the past was the worst. The past was awful. Particularly if you were a woman or a person of color or a lot of things, just everything. Anyway, but this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. But, Father? What is that? Is that you, Susato? Yep, I'm Susato. I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, right? No, what are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you! You look for all the world just like a student from the Imperial Yumi University. A male student. Yep, I figured. I'm like, wait, yeah. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a star. Oh, but I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Yep, that's why Ray had a lady boner for a minute there. Listen, it's just like Pocahontas, okay? Or not Pocahontas, Jesus Christ. No, oh my god, I can't believe I said Pocahontas. Freaking, Mulan. Just because, Susato is dressing as a boy doesn't mean it's not kinda gay. And even though Mulan was just as a guy, and then the dude definitely was totally like into Mulan as a dude, but then finding out Mulan was actually a girl still doesn't make it. It doesn't really help make it less gay. It's still kind of gay. Also, people notice that even in the box art for like the movie and stuff from Mulan, when Mulan is pretending to be a man, Mulan's face is different shape. Like Mulan's face, whenever it's like, she's dressed more feminine and stuff, her face is round. But when she's dressed more like a man, her face is much more angular. But like her entire face shape is different. You don't just listen. As a person who identifies as being non-binary, I sure wish I could just change my facial features at will. Okay, just by wearing a different costume. There's only so much makeup can do, okay? But anyway, still doesn't mean Ray's not gay. Still means I think so. Anyway, but I don't understand why you just like that. Well, you see, it's the only way. Ray looks not innocent. Yeah, maybe she did do it. Maybe she did do a murder. Ooh. The only way she would be permitted to the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? Yep. Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Ah, yep, sexism. Where I'm sitting and based on previous games anyways, yeah. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. Yeah, that seemed pretty unfair. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Do I play as Susato the entire game? I don't know. I kind of hope not, because I kind of miss our boy. But I don't know. Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me? Look at her eyes! Look at her eyes! She's gay. Of course, you're my greatest friend. They were roommates. They were the bestest. Historians say they were the bestest of friends. Yeah, just really, really good friends. Yes, totally. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. I do too. Susato is great. Ray. It's so strange though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet just because you're a woman? What a wretched reason! I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing! Oh my gosh. Ray. Please don't look at me like that. With those plush cheeks and dotty eyes. So I was like, don't look at me like that, you'll make me gay. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. You should be pleased. Means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put up a brave face in all of this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I like her. I can see why she and Susato are friends. The freaking, like, fight pose, and she was having her arms up earlier. Like, she was gonna do the Susato flip or whatever it was. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be at your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. Hell yeah. That means so much to me, Susato. Defendant, counsel, court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Yeah. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. That's a bit much. Oh. Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Well, Susato, you have certainly surprised your father, going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this? Oh. Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that. And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? We should be making a move now. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. Alright. Let's go! I'm Susato Mikotaba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he was here, I wonder? Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. Alright. Alright, head first into trial. 13th of August. Wait! 13th of August? What? What? Wait, hold on. Okay, I don't know. My brain was just like, wait a second, what? Interesting. Okay. Did it kind of look like that last time? I think he had it up. And a top knot. The prosecutor. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Mbambi. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Yeah, he had like a top knot before. He letting his hair down. He's got this weird little... What? Wait, did they just like, you know, brush his hair some and got whatever came out and then just was like, I'll just swear into your little ball and just boop, just right there. Yep, that's fine. It's very, very odd looking. Oh, look at Susanna! Oh, she is dashing. She looks great. The purple lining, everything, it's perfect. Gorgeous. Wonderful. I love it. Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency. We are ready. Ready. Oh. Yes, counsel. According to your resignation details, your name is, Ryotaro Naruhodo. Is that correct? Ryotaro Naruhodo. Why is it always like when they come up with fake names for... Because in One Piece, they had like... They're sort of like, more Japanese names when they went to this one particular place. And it was like, it's Luffy Taro, and it was weird. Anyway, Ryutaro Naruto, and she named herself Naruto! Oh my gosh. Is that correct? Ryutaro? Sorry. Oh yes, I have come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid out to say, I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Oh my god, thanks Dad. Thanks Dad. Well, Counsel. Yes, that's right, that's me. I mean, yes, I am Ryutaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either, just relax and listen. She took the Naruhodo name, the what? Yeah, no, her father wrote that down for her fake name. Naruhodo? Awkward, right? It's like, Dad, what are you trying to say? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, will that by chance be... You may be thinking of Runosuke Naruto, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, his cousin. That's right, Ryotaro has been studying in the provinces, but was called the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's pre-eminent lawyers. Is her guy trying to push her into something? Maybe subconsciously? Maybe. Any of them. Tut. What a pitiful situation. After being rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you! Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you make fun of her. Her? Oh, please be careful, Ray. Haha. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder is your gallant and dashing warrior up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. Ugh, I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit. What? Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit. I have never heard that before. Freudian slip. You said Mary first before maybe, did I? Eyes are wont to flit. What? Flit means blink. She's saying she wants to blink, metaphorically. Okay. I've never heard that before. Interesting. The case is to be heard on this day. I can't decide how I want to do this, boy. The case is to be heard on this day as a matter of great significance to our national interest. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. Just like the trial 9 months ago. Ever hear of gazing into the abyss and blinking? It means to waver. Okay. And yet, for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me. Perhaps it would be an appropriate moment for me to assist the defense. Determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this court. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruto stood where you're standing now. The same judge tested him as well. Basically, this is a tutorial. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Alright, it's time to prove myself. Yes, Your Excellency. But please do make them simple. Well, to start with, you will state the name of the victim. Phew, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. I have forgotten. What's the matter? Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, Mine's are one to blink. She's got a thing going on with that. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and like, guys, even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret, you need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Of course, the court record! Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record. That's right. Just use the E to open the court record. Then you need to flip to the people section with the E. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching closely. Alright, check the court record with E. That's where the information I need will be. I'm waiting, counsel. Who was the name of the victim? No, not that. I don't want that. I need court record. Can I read this, please? Victim! Giselle Brett. Okay, Giselle Brett. Oh, yeah, I should probably read the rest of it. Female, British, time of death, 11th of August, at around 2 p.m. Ascertained by examination witness statements. Cause of death, single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Notes: extreme meiosis. Pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. Jesus. Pupil constriction. Pupil constriction. What does that mean? Hold on. What is that referring to? I'm gonna look that up, actually. It's probably gonna be gross if I look this up, so I would not suggest looking this up. Constriction. So when the eyes, the pupils just be tiny. Interesting. Okay. That's something to keep in mind, I suppose. Oop. There we go. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Who the heck is that? I don't know. Yes! Hello. Oh. Hand up. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our Empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was visiting a student from the Empire of Great Japan. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own Empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago, but it's proving hard to recall the finer points. Everything you need is included in the court record. Is it? I would like to see that, please. It's not there. Where is it? I would like to see a thing in there. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. There's a gnat in my room and it's bothering me. I hate summer. Oh my god. Trying to catch it. This is why I hate summer. There's bugs and it's hot and it's gross out and I hate it. There's bugs. I hate bugs. Behind the woman's student persona was the face of a killer. Yes. Yeah, she killed Dr. Wilson. 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial University was killed, and the culprit was Giselle Brett. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Great Empire of Japan, or Great Empire of Britain. I'm dumb. Giselle. Okay. And it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotaba. Oh. I thought he was the one talking. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He's been my mentor when I went to London to study forensics medicine. Indeed. It was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter of the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. Several of the Imperial University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruto. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense. exposed a despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. I keep thinking it's Jezebel. Jezebel? That's not. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Yeah, what goes around comes around, I suppose. I'm assuming that has to do something with the whole conspiracy thing that's going on in Great Britain. Yeah, because it seems too well planned out and too much not convenience, but just too I don't know. Karma's a biatch, yeah. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought this consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be roomed to Shanghai, China instead. Okay. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I have resolved the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. That took a freaking long time. Yeah. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. Well, apparently we fucked that up too. Great. And yet, the very day before our departure, the English woman was killed. Only the day before? Okay, but why would Ray do it? What is Ray... Why... It feels very weird. Like, it's like, okay, but why would Ray have any sort of motivation to kill this woman, random woman? Well, to Ray, it would be a random woman, I feel like. Feels weird. Oh, do I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Now, summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Archie. As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight. Ooh, what a lovely little place. Wait a minute. This place kind of looks familiar. Kind of? Then or not. I don't know. Huh. It makes me think of, It was in the last game of the first three games. At the end, in the third game, and last of it, there was a hut near water, and Larry was hanging out in here in the place. But I don't think it's the same place, because this place has sand, so it's like clearly a beach. And I'm pretty sure the first three games takes place in the United States. I don't think it takes place in Japan. But I just like, it strangely reminds me of it. Anyway, on the outskirts of the imperial capital under a bright blue sky, a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred within a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the woman's lungs. Beach officer incoming? My question is why she was at a beach? Like, I thought she was, like, gonna be transferred, and wouldn't she be, like, in a prison cell of some kind? It seems really weird that she'd be alone anywhere. Like, why would she be allowed to be just alone anywhere? I don't understand. Okay. An injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire, and accused Ray Membani. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. What motive? The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. But you didn't. Okay, what's her motive? What? I think. What I think is something. I think this might be part of the conspiracy. Because it is very strange. That person who was, in a trial, like she hadn't been technically convicted because that's what she was going to be sent to Shanghai for. But the fact is, in the trial that she did do in Japan, she was labeled as a murderer. And so, if that was the case, you'd think, oh, maybe there would be police watching her at all times, right? Right? That would make a whole lot of sense. So why was nobody watching her? Yeah. Why did she not have anybody watching her? Where's what's-his-face? Oh yeah, the one, like, detective dude. Yeah, the guy who's always, like, in disguises and stuff. Yeah, where's he? I wonder if he shows up. I kind of hope so. He's funny. Yeah. And he always had a weird coughing fit of blood. Yeah, he disappeared, I guess, after the incident on the boat. I guess he said his mission, and the reason why he was on the boat was to make sure, Kazuma got to Great Britain safely, which that didn't work out. But, and then his mission after that was to basically go back to Japan to then tell, everybody what occurred on the boat, I believe. And that, Ryunosuke was going to basically take Kazuma's place, going to Great Britain as a student, a law student. So yeah. Well, extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution summary was full of words that raised an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up on the prosecution counsel on what he said about. But being alone together is a good thing. Can I ask all these things? Like, why was she there? Yeah, can I go through all these things? If I may, Prosecutor Archie. What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. Ha! My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative and therapeutic and excellent for the skins. No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? Yeah, that's a very good question. Why was she even let there? For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry? Miss Bread was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Our final wish was, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. Where's the detective then? But in fact, a murder took place. Detective on duty. I wonder who could that be? It wasn't a nosebleed. He was coughing up blood, I think. He was like spitting out blood. He wasn't bleeding from his nose. Don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proved that yet. Go and provoke the man if you don't need to. At this stage, I need to gather more information, I think. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick... Yeah. Okay, being alone together. Why? Membami-san? Yes, what is it? Says the... Naruhodo-san. I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryotaro Zato. Police of the court, why exactly you were present at the bathing spa with the victim in the first place? And why you were alone with her? Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present, a detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. And you and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It's the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No. Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Okay, but why do you think Ray is his murderer? What? Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. Tish, ha. Prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But now at least we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him go to you. Oh dear, this is really terrifying. But Father's right, we need more information. Okay. Powerful motive. What do you mean by that? You're clearly exaggerating. A powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon? No matter, let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membami-san. I don't know why that's hard for me to say. Membami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yumi University, I believe. Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotaba in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that the defendant is an excellent student with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotaba, whose research were you assisting then? Oh, Dr. Wilson? Oh, fuck. Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson? Dun dun dun, yeah. The visiting English professor was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago? Okay, but then, okay. Right. But then, why was she allowed to go into the changing room with the victim? Thank you, your expressiveness. But, okay. Did I really not run any sort of bet? Why was she there? Why? She's just a student! What? What? Why didn't they get, I don't know, like a policeman's wife or somebody? Plot reasons? Plot reasons. It's very strange. I was at a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had toward the Englishwoman who killed him. Well, obviously, I was filled with hatred for what she'd done, a powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray. Be careful of what you're saying. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Bread managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had such great respect and enjoying such undeserved liberty? Yes, even if it was only a temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can only blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, be so kind as to use as an exhibit a photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Immediately? Who was, like, running around with a camera? Okay. That's her usual dress. They had a dress form just for... Man, she's living it up! What the hell? It's like, oh yeah, she's a murderer, but also, let's get her some, you know, bucket with ice, and get her some wine to drink and stuff, and have her fancy outfits and stuff, and her own little suitcase of all her things, of a hairbrush, some, you know, her fancy shoes, multiple different little mask things for her little thing. She was living the freaking good life as a convicted killer. Okay. Thank you, Counsel. Yes, thank you, Counsel, a tragic image. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. The mannequin? Goy will accept this photographic print as evidence. Okay. Can I look at that, please, and thank you? I want to look at that picture, please, and thank you. Okay. There's a couple different footsteps. There's a lot of footsteps. Which way is this one? It looks like it's going forward. I don't think the footsteps are clear enough to understand them completely. A bag, hairbrush. There is a bit of like light underneath. And there's a slight... What if she... maybe. She was taking a little sit. You know, taking a little sit down here, enjoying a cup of wine, you know, and then somebody stabbed her through the hut. Bam. And of course, in her reaction to being stabbed, she kind of got up and then fell down. There's a little... And that's where the knife would have went through. Where's the knife? I don't see the knife. Okay, hold on. Let me look at this. Single stab wound from behind, piercing a lung, resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Okay, so there's no weapon? Yeah, where's the weapon? Okay. As I standed then, the victim and the victims were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, say. Finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Multiple witnesses? What? Okay, sure. Witnesses, but who? Even Ray's like, who? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Okay. Yeah, I think it's gonna be our detective buddy. Hey, well done, counsel. Break forth your witnesses. Taketsuchi, Aichi, have been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten the trial 9 months ago in this very courthouse. When that irrelevant little student boy utterly humiliated me. Yeah, he did have a top knot before. I was getting Naruto. What? Yes? This is all to the Aichi family name. Forgotten. You've become coincided with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world! May you never forget that. Oh yeah, Cosmo cut his hair, didn't he? Yeah! Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut in the bell of culture alignment roll tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. The son of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council? Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Meiji growth! That little piece of poop on your head? You see the seed of hope spreading forth from the barren expanse of my crown? I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where's the hope exactly? I said silence! Today I face another Yoko student of the Naruto clan. Well, I will vanquish you! Good job, Dad, giving us the name Naruto. That totally helped us a lot. And my victory will be, fertilizer? Fertilizer? Yeah, fertilizer. I thought fertilizer was spelled differently. I don't know. My brain is, like, weird. My brain is, like, weird. I'm good English. Me smart. My victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. It looks like the stakes are high on both sides on this trial. Prosecution and defense each has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Yeah. What? Buddy! Our Arthur buddy! And, we can see our author dude. He said he went back to Japan. What is he doing here? Buddy! Buddy! Oh, got himself stuck in some trouble again. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. What did I do for this guy's name? Chief Inspector Satoru Hozanaka. Earl Police Bureau. Oh wait, didn't I try to do a butlerish voice? Chief Inspector Satoru Nozunaka. Nozunaka, yes. Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. Yes, your turtle up there definitely helps. With your disguise and your towel that you're also just holding like your butler. And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital. Yes. Certainly sold out the Sanctuary. I'm a cat. Essential success by Soiki Natsume. Yeah, it is. That's the book that the actual author writes. Something like that. Something about a cat. Who's this guy? Is this the guy who took the picture of the crime scene? So I was wondering why there was just happened to be a photographer there. So that makes sense. If he's here at the scene, this guy is following him around. Oh, he's got some blue on his... Wonder if that has to do with something. This guy's suspicious for me. This guy, he's a little sus for me. But, oh man. Suzaki. I love him. Mr. Natsumi. Oh my goodness. Struggling student from the provinces, please. You need to be in all of me. Yes, there were no happenstances in Ace Attorney. Absolutely not. Yeah, paint stain? Probably like an ink stain? Not really paint, but like ink? I don't know. Why would there be ink on that part of his hand? Hey, what? I know! I pointed it out! It's Suzuki! It's Mr. Natsumi! He's finally becoming the famous writer he is historically. Yeah! His nose isn't bleeding. Yeah. He's still got those tight eyes though. Oh, you mean Mr. Detective Dude. Yeah. He's not, yeah, it's not his nose that was bleeding. It was his mouth that would bleed. Man, I'm talking real good today. I talk real good. He didn't. It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please relax. Call me Suzuki. Yes. What on earth is Suzuki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susanoo. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. Yes, of course, I know. Oh, shit. Right. I presume Suzuki-san wouldn't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hozanaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. I suppose it's the disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all the testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why the Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Suzuki-san? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yumiya University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. And Yumiya University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. Professor over there, in fact. Mikotaba. With Professor Mikotaba? Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about two former students who had studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my professional, struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. You actually threw that paper at me. Seki Natsumi article. Okay, that could be important. I want to look at this, please. Thank you. Wait. Kitty? Kitty? Did he get a new kitty when he got back? Oh no, he had kittens! Didn't he? He snuck kittens on. What's with this line? What's with this weird... Oh! Is the, Oh, interesting. Wait, is the guy's camera broken? So maybe it wasn't his camera that took this picture. Okay. But interesting. Kinda wish I knew what this said. I don't. This is a lot of hiragana. Not hiragana, this is a lot of kanji that I do not know. But... Kitty. This guy on a bike. He's having a good time. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country coast. Those were her words. And as I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course. And which utterance, University contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. Detective, I am at liberty to divulge with me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonoka. Thereby, the entire party departed in cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all the members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so you're bleeding. Your mouth is bleeding again. I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Oh my, Inspector, well, you do have something on your face now. Slightly. I do apologize. Does that mean that you went to the beach too, Father? No, fortunately I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Ray, was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly wrecked by remorse and regret. I must ask now for you to present your formal testimony to court. You will give an account of all that you have witnessed on your undue excursion to the coast. And he's bleeding again. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am. Suzuki, what do you know? The witness scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I had just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I went into the beach hunted once when I found the pair in question. Yes, the young girl was astride the Englishwoman dagger in hand as she stabbed wildly. Right. I saw the blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Due to disappear from the testimony that both witnesses were here present saw it. Does it? Single wound. Guys. Single wound. Guys. Disappear from the moment of this heinous crime. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence. But have you there, guys? So-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found at the scene while I was examining the body. It appears that there were dying moments, but there were final ounce of strength. The victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify our killer. What? Your Excellency, if you want to cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Goodness me. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. It is ink on the photographer's hand. It's ink from that pen. It's ink. It's ink. It's ink. If you can't examine the pen, Your Excellency. The owner's initials have been engraved into the bonnet bell. R.M. Ray Membami. The initials are definite. No. This found pen will be immediately as critical evidence. Okay, can I look at that, please? Thank you. I would like to look. I would like to look at this, please. Can I? No, I can't. Okay. I think maybe I will later. I'm assuming it's gonna let me as it goes through the tutorial of things. So, have I admitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor had you up 9 months ago. None of this man's poise. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. If this guy says the sky is blue, I'd look outside just to check. It's blue. Outside. Naruhodo? That means... Oh, yes! Me! Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please. Alright, I've seen this countless times as the judicial system, finding inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Cross-examination time. Witness scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignments in this disguise. In that jaunty disguise. Alright. Wait, no! I mean, it was the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a tip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer. Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Ah, yes, very yeah, very, very inconspicuous. Yes, very, very. You're so cute, Mr. Turtle! Mr. Turtle! Hello, Mr. Turtle, you're very cute. Mr. Turtle loves the water. Okay, but if he's above the water, he's not gonna be in the water. And if you're in the water, that means you can't see anything. But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there? If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong. Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna help. I just managed to catch the crab that I suddenly heard a wail from behind me. Okay. Ah, you are describing the victim's scream, presumably, Suzaki-san. In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Gah! Or the like. Oh, of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describe things so. Suzaki-san wasn't at all like this in England. Anyway, I spun around at the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze. Yes, the beach hut. The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. Beach hut is a simple structure. It's a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although the Englishwoman commandeered that herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimmer around the sand. Ah, I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in a more literal term, I decrabbed and beetled off at wise. Okay. Ran into the beach hut once, where I found the pair in question. Wait, by pair, you don't mean to say... But how can that be? No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Ray and Bami-san. Oh, it would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset. If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes. Dear me, putting your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish. Very foolish. It really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly. So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut? Well, it was a sorry sight. Really grisly scene. I parted the northern curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. Oh, Jesus Christ. My glasses were nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes. Falling. He hasn't appeared to be lying here. Well, Suzaki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hazunaka is saying, I wonder? Ah, you like a literary man's opinion? No, I'd just like you to testify. Yes, a young girl was astride the Englishwoman dagger and as she stabbed wildly. Hold it! Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it? Oh, indeed. The terrible inspector, the terrapin inspector, the bloody twit, the authors. Eek! Every sight and every sound is so carved in my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation. So what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream? Oh, no, what are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you. And if I might interject here, Suzuki-san, something you said is troubling me. That was my impression. Were your words just now, I believe? Don't need. So, do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you described? No, I mean, yes! I know what I saw! My ears didn't see me when I heard that scream, and my eyes didn't see me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it in tomorrow's newspaper serial. It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may make a macabre turn. I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become. Oh dear, how awkward. Seriously, Shaq, stepping! Multiple times, yeah. Seki, 2024, yeah, probably. She was stabbed multiple times. How can you be sure of that? Simply from the blood on the blade. The blood? When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. Yes, that's right, I saw it too! Oh. And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already stabbed at least once by the time I arrived at the scene. Yes, that's right, I saw it too. And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly. Yes, that's right, I saw it too! Being here in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese. Logic of your argument is sound, at least. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim policy. That's just my personal opinion, of course. Sorry, I'm showing shade. Absolutely shade. It's like, excuse me, I'm gonna have a coughing fit. Oh, that poor turtle, just like his head just bobbing around. Like, gotta tell you over for mocking the witness. I'm not mocking him, I'm just questioning. Oh no, I just have so many thoughts swirling around in my head. That's all I can do, just stand here, wide-eyed and mute. Goodness, but you really must try to calm down. But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie. What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times, for various reasons, misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion, even... a delusion. What's important is that we determine the truth, and there's only one way to be sure of that. Yes, with evidence, of course. Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witnesses' testimony, you can use any to make a piece of evidence to present for consideration. But so you need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's said to the details in the court record. If you find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for. Yes, it's all about inconsistencies. Once you've identified a witness's statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to witness with and the way it will present itself to you, I'm sure. Yes, alright then. I'll consider the details of all the evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. I hope I'm up to the task. Don't forget that you can have the witnesses repeat their statements as many times as you'd like. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember. So those wide eyes are quite forgivable. Besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl. You're right. I need to listen to the testimony again from the start. Alright. Okay, so I don't care. I'm gonna do a little savey save. Okay. And I want to present.
Yes.
Nope, okay, it's in the other one. Okay. Multiple times, no.
Objection.
There we go. With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Council? I'd like the witnesses to clarify something for me. What? What? Oh! Not you, Sasaki-san. This query is directed at the Inspector Hosanaka. Me? In your statement just now, you said the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said, when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody, knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, Counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Sasaki-san, maybe me. You claim to have seen Nambami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did. Finally! But both you and the inspector confirmed at the same point that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and it's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. True. What exactly is your contention, Counsel? Or are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Sasaki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. I can't be. Can't. It actually can't. Excellent work, Suzato. You exploded at them with an objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically. Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. You're right, there were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution. It was only half of a head of hair. Your man is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing in multiple rounds, it makes not a jolt of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When Hughes first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was at that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the statute author is prone to moments of exaggerance. I'm in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade... Then we are back where we started! Sorry? Consider this, young yokel boy. Innocent girl is innocent as you claim. Then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim and with a demon's cold-blooded composure too? The investigation demands an explanation. And it better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife? Yes, going for the jugular. What does Father mean by that? The court hear your answer then, Counsel. The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could... save her life? Although that's not really how you save a life, but okay. It's actually good to keep the knife in there, but... According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed, given her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Mami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. No, you're not supposed to do that. Yeah, even Mako Taba's like, no, you're not supposed to do that. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It seems that this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Indeed. Ugh, is it just me or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may speak witness, I would like another opportunity to testify in respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council, slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. A young yokel hopeful as a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he bears to possess not just one iota of common sense. Yeah. Well, Inspector, I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir, I will do so flawlessly. Okay. Forensic medicine primer. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student didn't have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Till the doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, the stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see. This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it? Oh, well, I have never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic medical knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have? Susanoo! Yes! Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. So it's time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issues with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Oh, stitching my back. Ooh. Forensic medicine primer. Laying blade for the wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. Okay. You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Oop, I didn't mean to press that. Does that mean if you used due care and attention it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but... Blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well. Thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Back to the witness's testimony, please. Okay. Basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. I'm curious what is with the pupil constriction. Like, how does that play in? It has to be important. But I'm like, what would cause that in particular? Okay. My question is, where's the knife as evidence? That's why my question here. Okay. In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... clearly, the defendant Raymond Bami-san does not possess an ounce of sense. That doesn't... What do you think about that, Professor Migotaba? I'm not sure you should be labeling your best friend as lacking common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Capital Council, lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh dear, that recalled me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Judge paced, yeah. Hopefully you can see now that this is a really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly have been aware of it. Okay. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. Oh, I did it again. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade involuntarily. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would have behaved so rationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take a hold a little too much. Well, I have managed to convey the basics now. That should cover the medical side of the argument. So like the young student did have a motive for killing the victim.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Mabi-san's nature to do something so awful. But she both had motive and opportunity, and that's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant. Counsel do not appear to know the law. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument. Oh, not feelings. Witness, lead fledgling to defend her. I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Spectre, would you reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please? Okay. Yes, Miss Brett was in many ways a sworn enemy of Mabami-san. Man, the victim murdered 9 months ago. Dr. Wilson was the defendant. Highly respected mentor. Okay. Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Mabami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She is extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson has no diverted traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Mabami-san's ability. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Rain knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. Can and must Okay, here we go. Examine it. I know why Ray would have pulled the knife out. She wanted to put it back in and take it back out and put it back in. Ah, yes, of course, obviously. I realize this is your first time playing the role of a lawyer in the courtroom, so even reminding of the rude events, you need only to ask. I'll do my best to help. Examine the evidence, yeah. I know what to do. I can do it. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Okay, can I do that now, please? Damn it, here we go. Okay. RM. The RM initials are very clearly engraved here. And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dining moments is very clearly a message too. Identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. Okay. I look at the symbol on the back of it. There's some sort of emblem here, look. But isn't it a Yumi University one? It must belong to some other organization, I suppose, a business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Aha! Okay, can we open the pen? If we take the pen's lid. Okay. Nothing appears obviously out of the ordinary here, does it? I don't know. Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? Oh. This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. Is something wrong, Father? Doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Oh yes, you're right, completely. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. Okay. Interesting. Anything else about it that I can point out? Okay. Okay, so where could that symbol? Okay, here we go. We can look up the newspaper a bit more. Records England returnees tell all. Is this the interview with you and Saseki-san, is it, Father? It looks as though it is quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. Okay, and what about the back? What is that? What is that with the little guy with little thing on his head? This is the newspaper from Seki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusively of deadly poison stolen from Mui Medical Research Laboratory. Ooh! Deadly poison? Deadly poison? Ooh. From Yumi's Medical Research. Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison been stolen? Deja vu, right? It's this morning's paper that Saseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could that reporter have gleaned his information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning the story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I put Ray in charge of the project. Ray? She was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, it deals with leaks somehow. I don't believe it. We need to read this article very carefully. Okay, the article about the poison. Interesting. Also, but what's that picture with the weird thing on the guy's head? That looks like the prosecutor. Interesting. Okay. Poison, huh? Man, wouldn't it be crazy if we put poison inside a fountain pen? Wow! Nothing really there, but... Okay. Back, please. Look up pictures. Okay. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with space. I read it. The look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the core record again, have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. Yes, I'll do it straight away. Okay. Pulling out a blade from the wound without thinking could have caused heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge, and any medical research system with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull a knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. And the victim murdered 9 months ago. Dr. Wilson has been a respected mentor. Okay. Okay, blah 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 blah. Okay. I'm trying to think what part of his statements. Pulling a blade from one without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. Owen Wilson, wow. Wow.
Objection!
Wait, that's right? What? I'm so okay. Explain why, Rotaro, why that's correct. I literally guessed. No, there's one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. I like Susato's objection sound. Yeah, it's very nice. What? Ha! The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but also a poor loser. Then what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here. In this newspaper article. An article about deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory in the Imperial Yumi Universe. The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But... Prosecutor Archie, you will let the defense speak. But, for the newspaper article, like, how can you rely on that kind of hearsay? Those wretched publications carry? Also, for the defense. I'm going to need some tangible bias for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned. Mention affirms your assertion. Quincy! Yes, of course. Thank you. I would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body explained in the article where it says... It says to say before answer. 'Cause I really don't know. That doesn't make any sense. I feel like this one? Apparently stolen from Medical Research Laboratory at Yumi University. Yes, it would seem so. Calling department security practices into question. The very department of the professor standing so nonchalantly opposite of me, I believe. Ryotaro. Oh, yes, father? Was there some reason you felt it necessary to highlight the fact that the theft occurred in my department? How can I explain it? It was the first detail I cast my eye over, I suppose. So should read the article again carefully. I'm so sorry. Oh dear, father's fuming. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim body explained in the article where it says... and tiny qualities? There we go. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Oh. Does it say that? Hold on, what? Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't see this. Okay, because there's a deadly poison something. Okay, but legal extra come to light. Okay, deadly poison may seek out development interesting stolen. Oh, okay. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Ooh, okay. Oh, here we go. Contraction of the pupils, right to death. Such as someone suggests, be suggestive of this toxin. Apparently entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Okay. Okay. There's the thing with the eyes. Okay. Got it. Okay. Are you suggesting if the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible? Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What? I'm putting another nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew a knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the wound's demise, but to save her life. And the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. So how did Ray know that the poison existed? Because okay, so Miko Taba and Ray and his research team were working on that. Yeah. Following a lecture by at Yumi University by Suzuki Natsumi over the logs come to light a very disturbing point. Secretly, university's forensic science laboratory was stolen, which is where, yeah, her father works in the forensic science laboratory, and Ray works under him. But to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. When I read the postmortem report, the content was average. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold. Please, this is a clear desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. No proof that the information in this newspaper article is reliable anyway. In that situation, what the students should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. Instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took a potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions. Then, well, the argument makes no sense. Exactly. Well put, Inspector. What grounds did she do it? Yoko! Boop, boop, boop. Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. But you can't possibly. From your expression, Counsel, it would appear that those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in the courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone and pure not are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times from my place at his side in the Old Bailey. Okay, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between the case and the poison in this paper article? The autopsy report. I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the postmortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death. Just go well. Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when so die. If there was an extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, ending with an acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Archie, I think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence. You almost didn't take you, Professor. I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. No. Eugen Mikotapa. Yes, Your Excellency. Is this the part where I say I don't know. Was Igari mean? I don't know. I also like your name, Objection Deg. I like it. I like your name. It's good. I don't know. Is Igari how you say objection in Japanese? I'm guessing that's what it is. I don't know. Yes. Haha, I guessed it. Big brain, big brain. Yes. We've gotten a few objections so far. We're hopefully get lots more. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The oxygen was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Listen to the bubbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace, no he reads a newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father. That's a pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. Hold it. Oh. Ray! She's on the way to stand! None of this is Professor Mikotaba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray? Mommy-san, you should accuse here. A person like that will not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poisons we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Saseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman. Yeah, thought so. I think the English woman took the poison and put it in the pen to use. But then how it ended up killing her is a bit of a thing. Unless she killed herself. But I feel like that's not what she did. I don't know. Don't know. Mr. Zale Brett. That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling. I called it. She was killed when she was sitting at this little bench, this little chair, and that little spot right there. She was stabbed. Yes. I'm on this. She was sitting right there on that little cushion, a little stool, and she got stabbed right freaking there. I got this. Okay, well, there's some questions I still have. One, whose pen is this if it doesn't belong to Ray, but it has the same initials, RM? Who do we have here on our thing? RM. We have RM. We have no one else with those letters. Okay. Interesting. But she sat still in the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. Yep. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, you realized the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back. And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade? Yes, if the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might have had a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely reciprocal, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here, in this courtroom now. Objection! Your Excellency, do not be deceived. Do you think this glass before your eyes, you say? Well, then, Bonnie-san, if that's the case, perhaps you can explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. No answer because the simple truth is that you've said the victim motivated by revenge. But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence. It's very much conclusive. What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Aichi. Is it the blade? Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student. What? I imagine there would be a need for me to submit this evidence. But you brought this on yourself. It is. Oh my gosh. It is the photographer. I knew it. I freaking called it. The photographer, because that crack is the same as this picture. This picture. Yeah, as this picture. Right? And he is looking through the exact same little hole. Only issue is it doesn't capture motion, right? But She was looking through the same little spot, so there's still deniability. I was just removing the poison knife. Yeah. But and for how she was sitting too in that picture. Hold on, once we get it as evidence, we can look at it more. But like, how she's holding, like how she's like standing over and stuff is. That's not if you stab someone like with a knife like that. Yeah, it looks awful. But how she's also holding it, she's holding it very carefully. Obviously, if you're trying to like kill somebody, especially with like a knife and they're already on their back on the ground, you don't have to be that careful. But she's clearly trying to pull it out very carefully, not to make like more cuts. What the? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is simply palpable. Oh wait, this is what I'm saying. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Mamami's son plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No, that's not true, no! I don't believe it. Yeah, no, it's the same guy, it's the photographer! Evidence. Was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom? Perhaps his voice is yet to break. The jokers are slow of mind and slow to mature. I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. Sano is starting to show her face here. It's often said that picture's worth 1,000 words. And here we have an ample proof. I turn Russian now. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic and printed evidence. Okay, criminating photo. I look at that place. I can't believe he's got a photograph like this up his sleeve this entire time. Because it's not by the police, it's by the photographer, dude. Yeah, it's on the back of the little changing thing. It's such a stark image, I'm generally lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Hey. That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention. Oh. Objection. That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Britt's death. That is true. There's a witness that you have not brought to the stand. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. I'll uphold the defense's demand. Prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photographic at once. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. Though there's nothing to indicate the slabs and any more address to prevalence of the print is unknown. Goodness. Are we to understand then, Counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins? Anonymously mailed, how convenient, yeah. You nevertheless believe it's fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you know I wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? Silence! You go student, blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print is so eloquently expresses. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling a blade for the wound. Apparently, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but it was withdrawn. Don't waste the court's time with your ramblings. Indeed, with no knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. The scene it captures without the doubt throws compelling evidence presented to the court. The defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter. I believe the conclusion clear. Oh no. Susato, this is time for you to fight. If what you've established is so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow.
You have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. As for the day you came up against Taketsuchi Aishi in a court of law.
I can't determine who took this photograph, and the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Counsel? Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is... it's the same person... I know who it is. It's the photographer with Mr. Susato. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal.
No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us.
Unfortunately, I'm unable to talk, as you can see. Unfortunately, I am unable to present a name.
Utterly underwhelming. Did you...
However, I am able to present evidence. The defense of a piece of evidence that reveals the important details about the photographer's identity.
What?
Very well done, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mysterious photographer? This thing. What is that? Newspaper again? Righteous England returnees to law. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's a photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Yes indeed, they had already caught my eye as evidence.
What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, or the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. Now, if you look closely at this photograph... Good gracious! Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Well, that does something. Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely from the branches of a tree.
There wouldn't be any trees growing inside of a hut at the beach, council. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is the result of camera defect. Yeah, crack in the crack in the lens. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs.
With the photographic device?
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. In short, the two photographic prints under consideration here. Oh, goodness. What time is it? We're taken with the same camera.
There must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It's impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Nope. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Archie, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article.
A newspaper? How?
That's right. The author of that article is the mysterious witness to this crime.
Ah,
He's joking. The cracked camera lens would be almost as good as a fingerprint. Yeah. Oh. I see why you were called a Watcher's England returnee.
but you've already testified.
It's me toys. Are you me no me memo. Soseki-san, what was that? Did you say me memo? Mini memo? Since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been outing me, following me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Reiten Moimenmo. Yes, outing me from dawn till dusk. Oh, isn't that convenient? RM, you say? RM, you say? And he is some sort of, oh, I don't know, photographer and also maybe writes newspaper reports? Isn't a coinky dink, huh? Huh? Wonder. Now look at this article again. This newspaper. Okay, it doesn't show anything. I was seeing if there's a little symbol. Yeah, total coincidence. I was wondering if on the newspaper it had that same symbol on the pen, but I don't see it. It's like 3 circles. But I don't see that. But maybe if we get a good look at the dude, he has those symbols on his person somewhere. Ah, now that he mentions it. Two spies, snapshots, scribble stories, and cover my privacy. He does have a pencil there, but he does have what looks like the armband! The armband! Right there! Right there! Oh, how did I call this? How did I call this so early? Oh my gosh. Blue paint hand dude, right? I'm like, that's gonna be important. The ink. It's clearly ink on his hand. I have played too many mystery games. I have. Oh my god. I guess this is just the first. Yeah, the Sonic streamer. Hell yeah. Just, you know, I should be called Herlock Sholmes because, I don't know. Get out of the way, Herlock Sholmes. I'm the real great detective here. Oh my gosh. What's funny? You know what's funny? Today, coincidentally, my brother came over and we watched some anime. And one of the anime we watched was Black Butler Book of Murder, which also involved a murder case. And I figured out who the murderer was. And also I figured out a big, huge part of the whole entire, like, ordeal. And I figured it out pretty quickly. I don't want to spoil it, but yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm just too good at this. I'm too good at this now. A secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, doesn't scupper my privacy. Could that same reporter be? I'm dying here. A gun to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Rayton, me and Menmo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by yes, my Lord Jackson C. Esquire. But a season of Black Butler was great. Intro and ending of bangers. They are, absolutely. Listen, I would suggest, like, the second season obviously wasn't great. But that's because it differentiated from the actual manga. But you should definitely watch Book of Circus and Book of Murder. And me and my brother are also gonna watch Book of Atlantic. Atlantic is the other part of the other thing. I think it's a movie. We need to watch that, but we're gonna watch that. But yeah, Book of Circus and Book of Murder, fantastic. 10 out of 10, enjoyable. Even though I clearly figured out the kind of plot twists and stuff pretty early on. But yeah, I still enjoyed watching it. It was very, honestly, when I figured out the plot twist in it, I was like, oh, that's funny. And also, it's kind of it's very related to this, actually, because like it, I guess this in the timeline of things, this would be a little bit more in the future from the era of Black Butler, but not that far off. Not that far off, honestly. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, maybe honestly it might be around the same sort of time period, actually, now that I think about it. But they also have a bit of a Sherlock Holmes situation that happens, which is really, now that I'm thinking about it, it's also a bit of an not ironic coincidence. This is just a funny coincidence now I'm thinking about it. I'm like, oh yeah, ain't that a quinky dink? Ain't that a interesting situation here? I play too many of these apparently because I'm too quick to figure things out. Oh my gosh, I'm just dying here. Okay, let's keep going. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. He's already in here. He was just here a second ago. Person back there. Yeah. I don't know why I just read that again. I thought I saw it for the first time. Whatever. We will observe a short recess in the meantime.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency. As you say, Your Excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will also solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood.
Meh.
What the heck is that name? It's so difficult to say. Mamimo? To be continued! Wait, our dad is going to diagnose the evidence? What? Isn't that a conflict of interest? Well, I guess they don't know that he's our dad. But there's other people in that department, I'm sure. 13th of August, 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature defendants and into Chamber 3. I'm so sorry, Sasato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray. A strong sense of responsibility. No. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, not even that. His relationship to Ray and the fact that the poison in the case makes him have a vested interest in it. That's true. Yeah. So hopefully he's not the one. Because he's here right now. So I'm assuming they have other people going to that are doing the testing on the blade, but they also work in that same department. Because it seems like he's hanging out here with us. That's what I'm guessing. Because it's like a group of people, isn't it? It's like, it's not just him and Ray, it's like some group of people. Uh, I'm assuming it's a team of people. Like, it usually has to be. Like, there has to be. Plus, even then, if it's not these two, I'm sure other people in that work in the same sort of laboratory, maybe not exactly on that same project, would be able to find out about it. Figure out how to detect if there's poison on it or not. I mean, what they could do is just, like, I don't know, swipe a bit of the blood off of the knife blade and then feed it to, like, a mouse or something and see if the mouse dies. I don't know how they're gonna test it, but I don't know. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, and you'd stand by me to the last. I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know. Oh. Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato! I'm sorry. After I stood there and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no. I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father. The fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Aw. Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. Aw. I was so scared, you know. When it happened, I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well, now, whatever do you mean? And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time. That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. A great mystery indeed. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It will be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw is true. Spoken like a true Miko-taba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order. Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see. Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's possible to detect the toxin. Chemical reagent? I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier delivered to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. Ooh. That's gonna be helpful, I'm sure. A solution for a new poison developed by my father's team. It's been created in strict secrecy and exists only in my father's laboratory. Okay. What's the matter, son? You're suddenly very quiet. It's this newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yumi Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the English woman's doing! What? It was when the professor and Suzuki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swarmed in, and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotaba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there." Put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Suzuki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then Suzuki-san knew about the poison? Yes, and it's highly likely the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This... Memo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. But he was, because he took the picture. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh? No criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe on the seaside. Saki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. So, yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then, presumably, he posted it anonymously to the police. Ah! Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, we've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. Alright. It's time to steal ourselves once again. Defense attorney, Ryotaro Naruto? Yes! Prey has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. Alright, let's go! 13th of August, 11:30 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 1. Alright. If I go to this court order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Membami. Prosecutor Hachi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, some very important news to share.
Oh?
What news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotawa's laboratory at Yumi University, the boys re-examined the knife that was used at Miss Giselle's Brett's life.
Excellent, I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was nearly carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the regent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I feel we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And counsel, what were the results?
This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. What? Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the place on it. I'm with the Regent. The test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. Murder weapon has been entered.
So it had been the pen? Okay. I would like to look at that. Let me see. Yeah, look at this. The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, right? Couldn't you have just written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it. German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit of labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. No, not really. Okay. Can I examine this, please? Ah, yes, especially the victim's blood. Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? And I had to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean. You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. Can I not do the testing myself? No. Okay, can we look at this?
I'm sure that Q's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed.
The thug.
Now the prosecution is ready to call a new witness.
The newspaper reporter managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Hello, officer. Bring in the witness.
No traces of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, how can the toxin have been entered the victim's body? Oh, hold on. Let me look at the. Can I look at the pin? The pin. Can I take the pin off? I like the pin. The pin's lid. Can I look at the? Can I? Well, let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? Okay, but can we? It's supposed to be the little. No, but it just that there isn't actually very any ink in there. It's all. Okay. How could the toxin have entered the victim's body?
There he is.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
What kind of name should I do for this guy? Aiton Memo. Many memo, as in he makes many mementos. He has a pencil in his hand and a pencil in his ear. Grade 10 many memo of the Show You News. I don't know how to. Oh gosh, I had a voice in my head of what I was gonna do for him and now I forgot. Grade 10 many memo of the Show You News. I'm what people like to call a journal.
What's a journal, Father? Do you know?
Simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. I'm the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guys of news.
Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Oh, well, what do we have here?
I'm sorry.
Oh, brace yourselves, people! Memento senses a scoop in the thing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The players will lap this up. We'll fit it above the fold at 72 points in a 5-leg format for the morning edition.
Huh?
Right then, let's start with your name.
Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruto.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
Well, I want to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Ryutaro suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while.
By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Achi. That's Taketsuchi Achi. There's no cold dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objection should fear into every defense lawyer's heart. He doesn't care. No, the lawyers won't buy it. Professional witness. Yes. What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police for only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a juror if I didn't click wake when I presented with a scoop like that, now would I? Sometimes stories come out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't write it down, I always say. That's what I call my mini-memotism. Mini-memoism? Mini-memoism? Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met the day when you weren't interviewing Miss Oven Suzuki-san. Yeah, that's right, that was me. Mini-memo again. You were supposed to be back to the Shoyu news offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Pratt's words.
A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? Horse stung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Ooh. Ryutaro Naruto loved his theme. Shame we didn't hear it much, even if it doesn't make sense. Yep. Yep.
Stay down, young man. There are complex political issues at play.
Well, anyway, I really jotted down those words. Those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out loud. Read it out. It's all here, right? Here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's ghost. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you didn't even witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph. Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From start to finish. The real thereby viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, many memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will say exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events of surrounding Miss Brett's death. All right. Time for some cross-examination. Oh well, first is testimony. Camera never lies. The beachhead was made of chubby old green screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped up my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and invoked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Read screens, you say?
Right, you can see them clearly, even in that great shot I snapped. I mean, I guess it makes sense for her to have the same, theme as, Ryotaro. Because if her fake name right now is Naruhodo. So... you can see them clearly in that great shot I snapped. Yeah, around the edges. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, so allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. It was a breeze for me to poke my camera through the wood and see the whole thing hotting up.
Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved,
did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens.
Luckily for me, they were pretty shabbily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thus the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. Tenacity, a purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's mini memo ism in a nutshell. Mini memo is still like a weird tongue twister for me. Mini memo. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence in that testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No! Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful! Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news. A startling photograph. All the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story ever published?
Oh, that's right.
It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. More pathetic excuses. Very well then, Counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He is keeping something about this case very close to his chest.
Yeah, his camera. Alright. I showed them starting new read screen, so there are plenty of gaps I could see through inside. Okay, I want to look at stuff. Okay. I'll look at this picture real quick. Okay, there's the stool, I think. Okay. So, let me look at here. But that's like right where the stool is. Okay, okay. 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 Just press on everything.
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
Journal instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman.
I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the Bravo as a voyeur.
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge.
Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy.
Sorry?
To my mind, all that was inside that hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender, man or woman, it's all news. That's not even, many memos, it's basic journalism.
If only the courtroom is as indiscriminate.
So that's all buttoned up, can we move on? The court then, witness. What sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut? A sight that vindicated my journal instincts. That's what, when I pulled back the reins, I could see it all as clear as day. The English woman was sitting on a stool and the student girl came in and started arguing with her.
So you actually saw Nambami saw entering the hut.
Yep, and she was ranting like my journal spirit.
And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly?
You stole it! I didn't steal it! That kind of thing!
Talking about the poison, I presume.
The student girl walked right up to the English woman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs! The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents were wasted on her journalism. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time.
He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest.
Anyway, the point is, that woman on the dock was mightily angry.
Her temper finally got the better of her, it seems, dear me.
Which was the climatic moment that I caught on film. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. That doesn't make sense.
Did you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
The precise moment, I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. To explain the court exactly what you witnessed.
Right you are! It's all in my mini memo pad. Okay. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the English woman was on this stool at the back of the hut here.
Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down.
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student got into the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The English woman went for the student. The girl charged out of the way. In a flash, plunged a knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. That doesn't make any sense. We describe as a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what mini memoism says. Beach hut planism and courtroom.
By the way, Many Memo-san, while you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes to the gap in the scene, Green, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film?
Journalists have to be observers. We can't get them all. That's our reason to tree.
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in.
And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor. I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his for more testimony.
Father, what are you?
I will grant the defense's request. Many memos on, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, Nazism is the foundation of many memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer. more! Except that is incorrect because of the pen! You stupid idiot! Can I just do that? Can I just throw the pen at him? Just yeet the pen! Yeah, boy!
Many Memo-san, until now I've had a firm belief that newspapers are the business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
You're spot on there! The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Soyu News on my arm! Yeah, speaking of that symbol you proudly wear so nicely. In a way, that's more many memoism!
Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
What is suggesting with these recriminatory word, Council?
Many Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen?
Okay, so a thing about him is he doesn't usually write with a pencil, I think. I think he usually writes with a pen. And because he writes so fast on his notepad there, he ends up smudging the ink on his memo pad. But right now, he only has a pencil because he lost his pen.
This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you?
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Council. The initials are thank yous. Reem and Betty.
It is a coincidence. I wonder that your initials are also R.M.?
No.
Rayton, Mini Memo, R.M.
That's horse tongue! Can't you see one of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user?
And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see,
on your right hand, you have ink!
There's a very obvious blue ink stain.
It would appear that you must have rather recklessly left it somewhere recently. What the hell? Who the fuck is calling me right now? Oh. Freaking Amber Alert. Fun! Well, I can't be of any help on this Amber Alert. I am literally down in a basement. I can't see shit, so I'm not gonna be helpful. Your favorite fountain men, that is. Horsey, horse stop!
Many Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut?
Why don't we listen to the absurd nonsense? It's only but another excuse. Exactly. Show News will stand behind me all the way I die, everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky.
Defense isn't even the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is.
In that case, Council, the defense will now show the court where the alleged clue is.
Of course, Your Excellency. Your Excellence. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is at the park here. This needs a part here. Oh, wait. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to just present it to the... And I... Okay, thank you. I would like to present this, please. Thank you. As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize. Many Memo-san.
Goodness me, it's the emblem of this Show You News.
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Mini-Memo-san, how do you respond? No! Explain yourself, witness! So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright, then fine, I won't try to hide anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I assure you, news reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the English woman. An interview? You never mentioned this before. When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. I couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing, as many memos say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you seem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it, yes, alright, but on one condition, in all good conscience, I can speak alone about this. You need to call back the other witness, Suzaki Yatsumi-san. Suzaki-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own, and brace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one, it's big. What? Oh shit. Seki-san? Many memos states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. I'll grant the witness's request in this instance. So the witness back to the stand. Saseki-san, hiding something? This is something. Scott, what time were you saying you were wanting to finish up here? I don't remember. Were you saying about 9:15-ish? Yeah. So this might be a good place to stop, I feel like. 9:30 is fine? Okay. We'll try to go for a little bit longer then. Okay. The witness's secrets. I asked the English woman for an interview. Okay. She declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses coming running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked for the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why the memoism demands I reveal it now. Okay, interesting. You mean to say the victim... The victim had regained consciousness? She did? You say to give her a question? That's true. Yes. He did, that's not all. The woman gave him a very definitive answer that incriminates the accused. What? What? That's preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before? You yokel hack! It's another conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English Rose a question. I that she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Because of the defense, expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporters claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut? Okay.
Distinguished woman for an interview, but she got her left side without making a fuss.
You asked her for an interview, you say?
Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of the last year.
About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life.
That's not the way I phrased it. Minimalism goes for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson? Is how I put it to her.
Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler.
Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant. I say it's the best way. And the paper taught me that.
And how did Miss Brett answer?
With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Oof, you told me, so I waltzed it right out of there.
Really? Something about that doesn't seem to fit together.
Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall. I say it's the best way. I bet the paper taught me that. Okay. And watching secretly from the outside, so the woman being stabbed and the other witness is coming running.
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away.
Persistence wins the prize! Many memoists will tell you that. Let them think you've left, then just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop. And your labor, but you'll be in this telling telegraph. Oh, I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence.
Actually, thanks to that photograph, we managed to identify this witness.
And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide.
I'm sure.
Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Try to stop me. There's a story to tell you. I'm going to tell it. The detective realized that the victim still had the pulse, so he ran off to fetch help.
And Saseki's son remained behind in the hut.
That's right, yep. Arthur friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that haunt me whilst dropping aboard. Back, behind, both boys. They'll be coming for me shortly. That's all I could think. If others were grasping for air, riding in a sea of cold sweats.
Poor Saseki-san. His experience in London have scarred him deeply.
As the world seemed to close in around me, I quickly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Adoro, emptiness, empty, land is coming for me, surely. Those sutras are to resound in my guru place. And now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened. That's when this writer man were here asked the woman a very significant question.
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did he say?
Well, now, you should hear from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man? Out with it, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman? Oh, in truth, I've been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see? Well, it's the decided place to be, at least, right? Suppose even for a good man. But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help were there.
Hey.
I ran to the beach to see what was happening to find the defendant, leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Ozanoga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin.
What did you ask her, Saseki-san?
I asked her, who did this to you? Oh, don't protect us any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She has nothing in response. Blood. When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you ambiguously. Now, without reason or retentions, I know that you amend your testimony. So who did this to you, but she never replied.
Hold it!
Oh, that's the wrong place. She never replied. Whatever.
So you tried to find out who the culprit was.
He asked the question as full forfeit. You does not remain so fool forever. I've been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Redenos. To make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool for prison forever.
However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond, is that correct?
I know the Englishman said nothing. She will ignore me because of my stupid mustache because I'm Japanese.
Oh dear. Saki-san really has developed a dislike for the English, it seems.
Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the English woman didn't ignore you at all! Did she, Mr. Weatherman? Oh. Yes, alright, she did respond in a matter of speaking, I suppose. Yep, that's it, she wasn't preoccupied with dying or anything. Yeah, so clearly she was being racist. Not that she was dying or something, right? That's silly. Dying. It's silly. Okay, how did she respond? She lifted a trembling finger and pointed to the direction of the defendant.
Okay, which exactly direction? Miss Bread pointed a finger at the defendant? Saseki-san, is that really true?
It's not easy to stand here, it says, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, and the student standing on the far side of her. And when I asked, who did this to you? The Englishwoman was summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
Huh? No.
So Jackie's-san, why did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? What is next, I say? This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course, the Englishwoman did point her finger toward the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all.
You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing at are both unclear?
Yes, that's it. I'm very...
Let's see, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may be barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger was wavered lightly, but there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? The court can see there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing.
Nope, that's not right, because there was somebody outside.
It's abundantly clear that one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime.
I'm inclined to agree. In the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
No.
No! That lining's writing itself. Nothing lawyer's hopes dash. 92 points across the whole page will do an extra addition. It's a serious blow, Sato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, The judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Possible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need.
Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying, and then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question.
I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add?
So, the gallant yokels didn't select my difference out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim?
I know how. It's obvious how.
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh? And to what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture. An alternative theory? There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. It's fantasy.
Very well, as you seem to be sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternate story. So, young Ryotaro Naruto?
Yes, Your Excellency.
You'll present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? It was over here. Here.
The Naruto-san would never give up, and I'm no Naruto too. Now, the true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here.
Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut?
What?
Order! But still, Lord Naruto is the squire. That makes no sense at all.
You just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop step. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear that. I didn't see anybody. Nobody suspicious at all. Nobody taking very suspicious pictures and not making a newspaper article about it. I didn't see nobody. Nope, nobody. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there's no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Achi, there is a way. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that this is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're moving, you yokel!
That's assertion clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? I think it's this one. Hold on, let me do a little savey. Well, that's enough. I haven't the first idea why I chose a piece of evidence. Oh, you're suggesting that this piece of evidence bears your theory of how the victim was stabbed?
It's something about windfall, Your Excellency.
Okay, nope, that's not right. Okay, try it again. No, we're running out of time before you leave, man. I have to leave so early. It's getting so good. Okay, hold on. This picture then? The original photograph of the crime scene?
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Do you take us for fools? There's any such thing.
I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to.
Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit in the court. Where in this photograph is the phrase of a stabbing which you claim to take place from the outside. Right here. Little spot right there.
Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds.
No, I can't. I can't see any such thing.
It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls as you'd expect, however. By parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
It's extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there was only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Britain many Memo-san, it could have only been you.
No! Preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? I presume as part of this first scenario that the assailant was a knife thrower.
No, of course not.
Why not?
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events that just before the victim's death, inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable.
A stool?
Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reeds screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word! So, in fact, the victim was
killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screens. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Many Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge.
This is... I will do! It would appear that we have a tactic admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime.
Oh, thank goodness! I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
Oh, this can't be. I hate you, clan cat. My growth help. It wasn't all an aberration. I can't accept this. I won't.
There's no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude the proceedings by delivering the... Oh, hold it. Who's saying hold it? Is it this dude? Yeah. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our money empire rules justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals.
But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut, through the raid screen walls.
And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's perfectly logical deduction. So your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishman, is it? Well, seems a little irrelevant now.
Irrelevant?
Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, oh yeah, we have to prove the poison thing. Oh man, okay, hold on. This trial has already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. Oh my god, my phone is going off again. Is another child missing? A child abduction! Yay!
What are you talking about?
Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed because of the dirt you dug up.
What?
Now the security, explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course.
Poison?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? It's then a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? It's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett, is that right? That is correct. The unusual construction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see, so presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, and the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
Chisha! I'm watching you hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely, it matters not. A jot who stabbed whom and whose back and what and with whose blade. It's quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison. But that can be explained by the poisoning on the plate, as I already. Begun already. We yokel. During these proceedings, the laboratory professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts as skillfully established by the defense in this trial turned out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Well...
Oh, come on, we're so close. Come on, we're almost close to the end of this trial. Come on. Order, but where does this leave us? Well, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There's an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it.
You mean she drank it?
We have another look at the photograph here, as you can see. A little carbonated water in the glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. Poison could have been slipped into earlier. Either.
So somebody made Miss Brett drink it.
Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make for a great front page shot. Hey, why are the bewitching Sarah? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Established? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given the person who established it. With you.
What on earth does he mean?
Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is the prime press order, this is. It seems that this trial is not destined to end yet, after all. Everybody call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. It to be an impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You'll explain to the court in testimony the basis upon which you made such a claim. This is taking longer than I thought. What do you think, Scott? Should we stop? What do you think? What do you think, buddy? Because it's already 9:40 now, about. So I don't know if you want to try to keep going. I feel like we're really close, but it's also like, this is dragging on a little bit too long. I'm like, come on. Come on. Please, just let it be done. Let it go. Let us be done. Scott, hello, buddy. Buddy, pal. Scott. Scott, hello? There you are. Do you want to keep going? Let's call it? Okay. Okay, a little bit of a quick end. Scott's gotta go a bit early. How dare you, Scott? Leave us early. But it's alright. It's not a big deal. We're almost at the end of this trial, it seems like. And we know that the poison was in the pen. It's obvious. It was in the pen. And I'm assuming he used the pen to maybe he dropped the pen into the glass in her drink, and the reason she was holding the pen was because she's like, huh, that's weird, there's a pen in my drink. Yeah, I feel like that's it. I think that's it. Alright. Well, that's gonna be it for tonight. You get on to go to bed or whatever it is you're doing, Scott. I'm excited to finish off this thing. You do a little savey save. Yeah, I'm tired. Yeah, fair enough. I'm pretty tired too. Ugh, yuck. No, sir. I hate that. I hate not getting enough sleep. It sucks so much. Especially if your job really requires you to, like, be awake and pay attention. It's, yeah, not good. Not good to be sleep deprived. Not a good idea at all. Very unsafe. So I have a job where I work with machines. So it would be very bad if I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing and got myself hurt or something. That would be bad. Or broke machine part. Oof. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Not good. Yeah, you go get some sleep, bud. You get some sleep, buddy. Buddy pal, buddy boy. Get some sleep. Yep. Good night, bud. That is going to be it for tonight. We're ending it a bit early because Scott is sleep deprived, which is absolutely fair. I totally feel that. Absolutely. Thank you for coming and hanging out with me. I always appreciate it. Coming and hang out. What is this? Huh. Sorry, I got distracted by something else. I was distracted by doing things. Now I'm like, where's the right thing? There we go. What? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, that's gonna be it for tonight. I'm excited to finish off this trial for the playing as Suzato-san. I wasn't expecting to play as Suzato, but you know what? She's a great lawyer. But actually, I figured out this crime pretty quickly. It's so funny. Yeah, I'm apparently a masterful mystery figure-outer. I don't know. Maybe I should go back and watch the Case Closed series, because I remember when I was like younger and watching that series and having no idea about like anything. I was like, what? How did he come to this conclusion of this happening and stuff? Like, I have no idea. So I wonder if I watched it again. obviously ones I haven't seen yet or whatever. If I saw it again, I'd be like, haha, I know what's gone down, I know what's up. But, I don't know. We'll see. Excited for this game. Yeah, that's gonna be it for the night. I need to finish my food because I didn't finish up my food before streaming. That's okay. Yeah, thanks for coming and hanging out. Come join us next week for some more of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And me be more big brain and figure things out. I'm so smart. Look at me go. That's so weird. I don't think of myself that highly. That's probably why I'm laughing so much about it. It's just like, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that I figured these things out, and I'm just like, wait, what? I was spot on. I was right. What? Yeah, that's it. Thank you for hanging out, watching. Yep, that's it. That's all I gotta say. I don't know what else to say. Okay, good night, and bye.